Hello, everyone. Welcome back to more Minecraft. I see that that's still active. So I don't remember. Was it? We were down in the I think we were. I don't remember if we were all, like, if I was recording and we were in the trial chamber, or if I was just in the trial chamber. Anyway, the point. Well, what I'm getting at is, it here. We'll just go as if we weren't. I was in the trial chamber doing some searching for. Well, searching, I guess, isn't the right word. I was just down in the trial chamber kind of collecting stuff. In fact, I think one of these probably has more waxed copper bulbs even. Probably this one, I want to say. Yes. So that this is the main thing that we were after. And I think I was recording it, but we went down into the trial chamber so that we could get some copper bulbs. These are wax, okay. And one of the breeze spawner, it, like, the breeze, like, yeeted somewhere and disappeared, and I couldn't find it. And I'm pretty sure it was after the episode was over, but it might have been at the very tail end, if that was all in an episode even. To try and find the breeze, I used the give effect glowing to all mobs while I was down there. And then we still didn't find the breeze because it, like, died, I guess. Or, like, despawned, or I don't know. I just remember hitting the give effect button. You know, putting it in chat, whatever you want to call it. You know, applying the command. And then, like, immediately the trial spawner like, acted as if I had beaten it. And so something in giving the breeze an effect caused the game to realize that the breeze was dead, or caused the breeze to die, or something to that effect. And it ended the trial spawner. And there were still some mobs. Apparently my sheep over there still had the effect. Still had the glowing effect on them. They were probably out of the spawn. They're out of the load chunks. Loaded chunks. They're outside the loaded chunks, probably. So, even though the effect ended, everything else, well, not everything else, the sheep retained it. I will say, this is really annoying. Three, 4, 5, 6. Like, place the button, break the button. Place the button, break the button. Like, it's kind of annoying. I won't lie. But cool. So that gives me that many of the lights now, which is awesome. But yeah, like I said, I went down to the trial chamber to try and get those. I think we did that on an episode. But in case I didn't, or in case people didn't see or something, that's what we did. We went down, we got some of those. We still have more of them that I'll have to wax. 23, I want to say. Honeycomb is this one. I want to say it's 23. This is why we have to wax them, because I have to unoxidize them. And the first thing that using the axe does is it removes the wax. And then, yep, I have 11 of these. How are you even taking damage? But it does appear that all of the bulbs in the trial chamber are waxed. And if that is the case, that might be something good to keep in mind when you go down into a trial chamber. 14, 15, 16. Not 16. Oh, wait. It was 16. Cool. Okay. I mean, all that remains now is to light those, but again, that's kind of a pain. And I don't know if I immediately care or not. Let's put some stuff away real quick. That's all of that, I suppose. And I do think I should be putting the lamps on both sides. I think that'll look better as well. It's something I'll have to, you know, sit down and do when we have enough blocks and everything. I still don't think we have a place for moss cobble. You really should not have separated bones from the mob drops. I thought it would work because it was like, oh yeah, you got bone blocks, you know? And I was like, yeah, that'll be nice because I can separate, you know, I can set up like the bone blocks. It wouldn't, I guess it wouldn't have been so bad if I didn't have freaking the mob drops all the way freaking down here somewhere. Quartz, resin, redstone. You know, the bones are up there and then the mob drops are down here. Like, what the frick is that all about? You know? But it is what it is. I don't know. I'll probably end up turning around and freaking redoing some of the storage at some point. I just haven't cared enough. Is there stuff in here? There's not. Okay. Yeah, now I just gotta go in and I guess hit all of the hit the button over and over again on all of these. If only there was an easier way. I could probably make it like on a redstone, but then I'm still having to break blocks. So I don't know. I don't know that this is better. Plus, thinking about it, if that doesn't work, like, that's not gonna work. So actually, even like doing the redstone thing won't help at all. This is literally the only way. To do this, really. I mean, I guess I could make an entire button for every one of these so that I can turn them on and off. But let's be honest, I'm never going to turn them off, so there's no point. I don't know. It'd be nice if there was a way to turn these on without having to freaking place, click, place, click. You know? But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. Okay. All of our lights are on now, so that's all that matters. I think all of the lights are on anyway. And let me know if there were any lights that I missed in the comments. I will assuredly go and fix them. You know, because I totally care that much. It looks like they're all on. Like, that's all on. That's all on. And then this is all on. So, yeah. They are all on. Yeah. So that's good. So I'm trying to think of what to actually do in this episode. I had an idea, sort of, but only sort of. I didn't really have an idea of something to do. The main thing that I would like to do is, you know, we have this barn here, and it has our sheep in it. And then right next to said barn, we have our mine. And I've been thinking about it, and I would like to move the mine, like, completely. No, I wouldn't go in and, like, fill it in entirely. I would just, like, cover up maybe, you know, 2 layers here. You know, and cover that, all of that up. But the thing that I will have to do is go in and collect all of the lava and all of the dripstone and all of that. So that it can be moved to the new mine. Ouch. But that's all something I can do when the new mine is finished. So, one of the reasons I want to move the mine is, what I kind of want to do is build a structure that is kind of reminiscent of a structure from another game. To do that, I'm going to need some stone instead of cobblestone. And I don't think we have really any regular, like, stone at all. So I'm going to need to go and get some, which obviously isn't too difficult. We have plenty of cobblestone. It's just a matter of throwing it into the furnace and then waiting long enough. The main issue is more just the waiting part. You know? Because I'm going to have to come over here, and I'm going to have to dump these into here. And then let them smelt into stone. There is, of course, the option of going and getting stone straight from the source, which would require me to make the Silkinator, which is something that I really should do anyway. So it probably wouldn't hurt to also consider doing that as well. So boop. Probably could have left it, but whatever. I grabbed it anyway. Hello, Mr. Drowned. Of course, he, spawns on the side. Oh, he despawned. Of course, he spawns on the side that has no lighting, because that's how that works. If I did build the Silkinator, we would need to get the enchants for it, which are obviously Silk Touch, Unbreaking, and Mending. Efficiency probably also wouldn't hurt. Get some paper as a trade. I don't entirely remember what all trades, like what all costs we need for all the trades. And so it probably would just be best to get plenty of resources to do trades. Like pumpkins. I'm pretty sure those were in the 4 area. Oh, I must have recently done some trades in like the last episode. 'Cause I don't have a lot of extra resources here. This is fine. I just forgot. Like it's perfectly fine. I just forgot that I had already done some trades. I expected to go into the thing and find like a bunch of each resource, and it was like, oh, I must have recently done those trades. Oh well. It's fine. We just gotta find our farmer. Okay. Wait. Melon. And, oh, pumpkin was actually 5. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, pumpkin was 6. So that's a little unfortunate. Smite. Unbreaking. Projectile prot. Depth Strider. Do my paper trade with him. Silk Touch. That's the main one we're looking for. I hope I didn't just screw myself by doing that. I just wanted to level him up, Oh, I wish I had known that he needed to level up. Efficiency would be good, but let me get mending first. Sweeping edge, fortune. Yeah, that's not gonna help. Unbreaking, impaling, looting. That's not gonna help. Prot, blast prot. Where the frick is Mendy? I really need to get these villagers set up better. This is ridiculous. Mendy! Okay. Where did Efficiency Boyo go? Channeling? Nah. Sweeping edge. Smite. Trot. Fortune. Efficiency. I am missing a book. So actually, I didn't screw myself over. I actually needed that. Efficiency. There we go. Cool. That should work. You poor, poor Iron Golem. Okay. Well, first things first. Let's go ahead and knock that out of the way. Here's some paper. Here's some books. Put our emeralds back. And then I don't actually have a spot for carrots in here. Those are still outside because I haven't bothered to fix that problem. Let's grab some Diamundos. And then let's grab some sticks. And you're not a crafting table. Do I not have a crafting table around here? I know there's one all the way over there. I'm just surprised that I have all of that other stuff and no, like, crafting table over here. Okay. I mean, I guess there's one with the villagers. I could have gone into the villager enclosure. It's fine. Mendy. Hate you so much. Like every single time. Freaking every single time that it breaks, I freaking get so confused. I'm like, wait, what? It's not supposed to just close the UI after an enchant? Like, what the heck? And it's like, oh, because the freaking anvil broke. Unbreaky, efficiency, and Silktachi. I need 11 levels. Freaking, I didn't even Silkinator because I didn't get the Silk Touch book on first. Now we need 11 levels. Of course we need levels. Freaking, why wouldn't we need levels? Nowhere even close to enough. Eight levels. That's unfortunate. Plenty of raw beef. Plenty of raw beef off of that. Whoa, soul speed. I got very confused for a second. Problem is that soul speed does use durability. I don't know if like standing on soul sand uses up durability or if it's like every second of speed or like I don't know how it works. At 477 Dura. We ran all the way over here without using any Dura. So it's not like by second, but it looks like it's still something because I went to 475. Like, I lost 2 Dura. So... And the hilarious thing is I still don't have Unbreaking on my armor. So, like, here I am just, you know, running around with soul speed. But it's not, like, doing any Dura damage. Oh! I don't have you high enough for... freaking Netherwart trades. Good. Very good. Let's see. Gold. I mean, it's probably going to be like 40 golds that I trade him, and then that'll be it, but... Sir? Yeah! That gave me enough levels! That's what matters. You would. Level up. There we go. Cool. So now I can also get bottles of experience. So that's helpful. But yeah, I kind of figured I wouldn't end up needing anywhere near that amount. How does one make a smoker? Because I have all this raw beef. And I could definitely... This was a crafting table. There was literally a crafting table right here. Like, that's why the spot is empty. There was a crafting table there. What happened to my crafting table? What? I rarely craft in here anyway. They don't need it. Smoker. I know it's going to be a furnace. I was going to say specifically stripped logs? But no, it's just 4 logs. Okay, we can do that. There we go. That'll work. I think I also miscounted the amount of trees. Because I do have an empty chest over here. Like, that doesn't have a marker. Because I was thinking I was forgetting a wood type. And I don't think that is the case. So... the other thing I would like to do is I would like to prep for the upcoming update just a bit. And by that, I mean I would like to get a few boats set up. Now, I was fairly certain I had boats somewhere. Fairly certain I had several boats somewhere. But I'm not seeing them. They might be all the way down here. They're not. Why is there a lectern all the way down here? I need that. Boats. Riptide. No boats. Not a single boat. Anywhere. I see. So I thought I had some boats. Because I've like made 1 million extra boats. Or at least I'm fairly certain that we've made like 1 million extra boats. Maybe I've always just left them behind. Like, just left them to be wherever they currently are. I don't know. But what I'd like to do is make some boats. I may have forgotten that they don't stack. That's kind of an important, you know, thing. That's 16 now to rename it. Good. Like that counts as a whole freaking enchant. That's plenty of boats though. that should be fine. So the reason I want lots of boats is because I want to go in here while the villagers are sleeping. And I would like to put down some boats. And my hope is that at some point these villagers will all walk into these boats. And since each boat can hold 2 villagers, if I put down enough of these boats, I should be able to pick up all of the villagers. There's not enough boats in there currently to pick up all of the villagers. To be clear. But it will hopefully pick up all of the villagers. Like so. Look at that. It's already worked. Or I guess I should say it's already begun to work. You know, several villagers have been claimed by the boats. And you might say, well, Serene, the problem that you have here is that each boat carries 2 villagers, and then because of that, you know, how are you going to move the boats? My answer to that is actually pretty simple. In the next update, again, I did mention this is prepping for the next update. But in the next update, boats will be leadable, just like they are in the Bedrock Edition. Because you'll be able to use leads on them, you'll therefore be able to pull the boats with said leads. So the hope is that I can collect all of the villagers. One, this will also help them be stationary. Though, whether or not they can now access their job spots is another question. I hope that they can. And that I haven't just, like, made it so that none of the villagers can actually, like, reach their jobs. And thus I have screwed myself. Dang it. Butcher. So this is why I wanted to make a smoker. Because the smoker allows you to sell raw food. Raw meat, as it were. Seriously? None of the non-working villagers were making a move. Well, I mean, there's these 2 guys. Can I put this down right here and have one of you? Yeah! There we go. So as long as his job thing is near him, it'll be fine. Maybe. Why you now ignore your block? Oh, he didn't. Hey, raw pork chop. Well, I mean, yes. But I'm looking for raw beef. Boy, these guys are really picky about whether or not they want to pick up their this job right here or not. Pork chop, rabbit. Why you no want to trade beef? Raw chicken. It's weird. Because if they're going to pick it up, they seem to grab it instantly. But sometimes they just refuse to pick it up. Like, see, the moment it touches the ground, if they're going to pick it up, they do. Oopsies. Well, now they both hate me. This guy doesn't have a job yet. Get in the boat, Jamie. I've come to save your life. You are the only villager that has no job, that is free to pick whether or not to take a job. So get your butt over here and become the butcher for me. And give me a trade for raw beef. Maybe raw beef doesn't show up until a later slot. Is one of the other villagers like grabbing... Oh, thank you for that. Grabbing the thing, but then it's like, nah. You know, like they can't actually get over to it. Because they're in a boat. Take the job, Jamie. No, you want to do it. Boy, they are... like, that one villager is really just straight up refusing to come get a job. Jamie, you've been useless. Want to give you a job, Jamie. Go get your job. I hate villagers sometimes. Smoker. Somebody. I have currently freed, I think I've freed all of the villagers that don't have jobs. So like, what the frick? Oh, there's a butcher. Or there's a butcher, rather. Let me make an enclosure. Okay, one of you has to become a butcher. Like, that's how this works. Like, nobody else can get here. Thank you. Now, if I could get rid of one of these guys. Seriously though, is raw beef just not a tier 1 in freaking thing or something? Tier 1 trade? Is it really raw pork chop? Like, I can get raw pork chop. That's not a problem. Oh my gosh, get out of the way. Why are villagers like this? I bet you've never seen butcher cycling before. Okay. I'm starting to think raw beef just can't be a tier 1. Because, like, how have I cycled their trades this many times and not gotten raw beef even once, you know? Which is a little weird, though, because I've gotten every other freaking meat type. So it seems a little odd to me that beef would not be a tier 1. Would not show up at tier 1, you know? please leave. I don't care who, just one of you please leave. I don't have the freaking ability to sit here and deal with both of you. Pork chop, chicken, pork chop, chicken, and rabbit constantly showing up and nothing else. Maybe beef just can't be in this tier. I mean, if it can't, it can't, you know? You freaking idiot. Seven is fine. I just don't have any raw pork. Like, this is the only raw pork chop I have on me, so. It's just that, really. Let's see. I was gonna say, also the other issue was that I've been cooking the raw pork chop, so I wasn't really sure how much I would have in general. And it is, in fact, not a lot. But you know what? What matters is I locked in trades to get him out of there. Put down a cauldron. And that should let me get a leather worker. Maybe. Villagers. What can you do? Building an ark. Building many arcs. So I have a couple of villagers who have jobs. Either one of you has become my leather worker. What I need do. to convince the jobless to take a job. Like, there's literally only 2 of you jobless left. So... I didn't expect my boats to be causing this much trouble with getting villagers to take new jobs. Oop. Nope. Oh wait, yes. Haha! Leather worker! Good job. You now have a job. Congrats. I have no idea if he will be able to restock at all while he is trapped. But that's not the part that I care about right now. The important thing is that we have the leather worker. So now we have somebody that I can turn in all this leather to. Which is good. At least until he is no longer able to restock. Which is, you know, that trade apparently. But yeah, assuming he is unable to restock, this is where he's going to be at for a while. But it is what it is. I mean, I could always release the villagers for now, since the whole idea here is just prepping for the update. And it is only the beginning of March, unfortunately. May, not March. It's only the beginning of May. So there is a very real chance that like the next update won't come out until like end of June. And so we'll like need to trade with these guys many times. So, but we got those things. We got our Silk Touch pickaxe. We got a handful of stone to start our project. And I'm going to move the mine to a completely different location as well. So but now I can use the Silk Touch pickaxe to mine stone. In fact, let's go ahead and switch over to it. So I can start like cleaning up here. And yeah, there you go. Now we got some stone to work with. Now we can mine plain, ordinary, clean stone. Now, the structure that I'm thinking of is probably meant to be the idea that it's like a mountain and then you're like building the mine into it. In reality, like, it's just like a block of dirt or a big block of like rock. It looks like a big rock that you're mining into is what I'm saying. And that is probably what I'm going to end up making it look like in the end, is a big rock. I really don't think I'm going to build an entire mountain to build a mine. But I figure it could be a cool little, you know, nod to an old-timey RTS, you know? So whoops. I mean, it won't look like a rock as much as it'll look like a big hill that I'm mining into. Maybe. I guess it depends. Because my brain is thinking right now and saying, actually, what if you did a different RTS that you really like? And I am a little curious to look at let's see. Gaining resources is by converting mines. Does nobody have a picture of the mines from that particular game? And admittedly, this is one of the issues, which is that it is a very old game. Such an old game that I wonder exactly how easily it is going to be to find these. I mean, that is basically it right there. Suppose I could do that version of the mine, because there are multiple, and if depending on which game we're going off of in the RTS. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just kind of like looking and thinking. I also do have the Silk Touch pickaxe now. And there was some deep slate coal, which is a fairly rare block. And I left it because, you know, I might want to collect it, because it's a fairly rare looking block. And so I'm wondering if I want to go, like, collect it now. The main issue with that is that I don't really have a place to store, like, trophy blocks, if you will. That's just not really that big of a thing to me. But that's also partially just I've never had like a long-term world where trophy blocks could be a thing, you know? And since this is a long-term world, possibly, trophy blocks is a thing I could actually have this time round. And so I'm kind of wondering if I might want to do that. Just because it could be fun to have a display of several blocks that are, you know, kind of hype. Like I could have a spot for, you know, a diamond block, a gold block, an iron block, etc. And then like, here's a raw iron, and here's a raw copper, and, you know, things like that. Could be fun. But I'd have to decide where I want that. And I think that on its own is like the biggest hindrance. I'd probably want it, if not like part of the castle, like attached to the castle. Like, I do have that big area that is off to the side of the castle, right? Or, I guess not castle, but the ziggurat. So I could probably build it there. I really, like, have enough dirt. Like, I'm not worried about collecting more of it, you know? Like, I'm kind of good on dirt, if I can be honest. But what I will do is I'll put this stone in here while I'm working on, you know, mining it and then filling all of this stuff in. Yeah, a bunch of the dirt despawned. Cool. And then I can just kind of work through, you know, lines of turning stone into dirt here. Or turning, yeah, stone into dirt. I did say that right. Just work on, you know, converting all this stone here into dirt so that we get a little flat. Most of that's gravel. So let me just go ahead and grab up all this flint. I don't see gravel here. I don't see even the slightest bit of gravel here. It all looks like flint to me. Which is great. And then let's just go in and fill this area up. Probably don't need to do too much, since, well, I guess it's way up there actually, so never mind. Just go ahead and, you know, fill this area in. Could have, if I had realized that, you know, this was all underground, I would have, like, just lit it up and called it good. But I've already begun filling it in, so now we're gonna keep filling it in. Yeah. See, because it's all the way down here. Don't think mobs can spawn in one, like, block spaces. But I'm still gonna do it anyway. So we're gonna fill in that one block space anyway. But yeah, I don't know how many people. I don't know how many people used to play RTSs back in the day. I was never good at them, but I loved them. And there was one RTS in particular that I was really, really, really bad at. Like, I'm not even gonna try to sugarcoat it. I was terrible. I still am. I have tried to go back and play it even recently. I thought it could be fun to, like, record. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to record it, which is one reason I ended up not doing that. But also, I was never any good at it. So when I went back to try and replay it, I kind of sucked really bad at it. I was like, I've never beaten this game. So I want to, you know, play through it and beat it. Or I should say I've never beaten the game, like, legitimately. There's so many cheat codes in that game that, like, you can just activate those and you're, like, invincible, or have all of the skills, and, you know, because you are Archmage. One of the cheat codes was I am, as in I, the letter I, and then the letter M. I am Archmage. And so, you know, it's a little joke. It's like, you are Archmage. Whoops. I'm not silk touching. Oh well. We picked up a little bit of cobblestone in the process. And so what I'm probably going to do is just fill that stack in my inventory. I've got 20. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 50. 60. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. There we go. I mean, if it's going to take up an entire inventory slot, you know, I might as well fill up an entire stack. Whoops.
Can I ask you a favor?
Huh?
Can I ask you a favor?
What's that?
When you get a break, would you mind dumping that?
Yeah, if I remember when I get a
Write it
break.
down or something.
So.
You're the one that wanted it now.
Okay. That's a good spot. Now we can fill this in with dirt. And none of this really is going to be where I put the structure, by the way. This is more just me flattening things out so that we can, you know, build stuff here. Again, I'm not looking to fully flatten stuff out. I do want there to be some level of, you know, hill, I guess. Elevation. But I figure making the majority of this one level would be better than, you know, just leaving it and then fighting with the terrain. I don't know. You tell me how you would do a, like, big build, you know? Because the way I see it, I am making multiple buildings. You know, that is true. But it's all one build. And so therefore, to me, that makes me want to kind of even everything out. You know, flatten things, if you will. So that I can more easily access all of that. But I am curious what you would all do, you know? I'm curious if you would all you know, build, like, if you're doing, you know, a colony, right, like we are, would you prefer that the terrain is natural around where you're building your colony? You know? How would you go about handling something like this, where there's a lot of up and a lot of down? You know? Let's see. Let me grab my stone. Now that we have a lot from that. And here's, I think I know what I want to do with the mine. This might be even, this might actually be like the best way to do it, even. Now that I'm thinking about it. because let me think. Let me think. What would be the best way to do this, honestly? It's interesting because it is block by block. The structure in the game is like made out of stone blocks. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 10 by 8. And then it's 4 blocks. Well, it's technically 6 blocks tall. I mean, this could be interesting to do. I would just have to think about the best way to do it. What can I do with stone in the stone cutter? Not a lot. That's unfortunate. So, unfortunately... Oh, it's done. How about that? Let's do... Whoops, wrong one. Oh, yeah, I see. I, like, did that backwards. Had 20 something, and I just threw that in there. I don't know how much it was. Oh well, that one's a little extra then. There, now that one's a little extra too. What about smooth stone? Can I do anything with it? Nada. Well, then... So what I need is a polished stone block. And while smooth stone is nice, it's not quite what I'm looking for. I think, however, if I do andesite, That might work. If I do some polished andesite and some polished granite, I think that will do what I want. I hope. Now obviously that means collecting some andesite and granite. Assuming I don't have enough already, which I'm going to guess that I don't, because it's kind of a lot that I'm gonna need for this. I don't care about the pumpkins. I really don't. I don't have a spot for lanterns. And I do have a spot for copper. But it's kind of getting full. So I'm probably going to want another spot for it. Here. Just throw the pumpkins into here for now. That should give me enough space for things. Yeah, that gave me enough to pick up the rest of the andesite that was in here. And then we want to polish the andesite and the granite. Because I think this will do what I want. I think this will give me the effect I'm after. Andesite. And if not, then oh well. It is what it is. And what we'll do is we'll build it right on over here. Since we've still got this big area that's technically touched. Yeah, I think this will work. We put this stuff in here. Until we need it. And we'll build it here. Right here? This will be fine. If only this was the modded, where I have the tree capitator. I could switch to it real fast, but I mean, am I really switching to it long enough to freaking tree capitate? Freaking 4 trees, you know? Like it really is just 4 trees, you know? And then we can just build the mine right here. And I'm not sure the exact specifics of how I'm going to make the mine itself actually work on the inside. Obviously, it's an RTS that I'm modeling this off of. And so they don't have to really concern themselves with that sort of thing. But still, I might make this a mix of like Warlords Battlecry plus World of Warcraft. For like the way that the mine, the inner workings of the mine actually work. Because World of Warcraft specifically has like actual, you know, you go in and you explore mines. And usually you fight kobolds. So, in those mines. Because that's just the thing that World of Warcraft enjoys, is the kobolds being the ones in the mines. Which I guess, I mean, it does kind of make sense, right? You do generally find kobolds underground. I'm not sure that I'm particularly fond of World of Warcraft's like weird like pig kobolds. But it is what it is. And like I am gonna move this pen at some point. So I doubt that I will be, you know, keeping this next to my animals at all times. And I am going to eventually move the tree farm and things. In fact, with building this mine, I'm thinking of maybe loading said game up and like getting screenshots of all of the mines. And 11. So that's the length of it. And then it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like that. And it's not exactly clear what the back looks like, but probably like this. And then it is 4 tall, or technically 6 tall. Actually, let's do it this way, around. And I suppose I could just build up. I do have scaffolding. Usually I don't have a lot of scaffolding. So, you know, I don't just build straight up or anything. But in this particular case, hello kitty cat, I could do that. You have no purpose. Ah! That's not polished. set that aside. Because I probably won't need to polish it, considering that this is the last layer of andesite that I need. Oh look, it's a drowned. What a surprise. This is why I usually leave the llamas. Got him. That's why I usually leave the llamas attached, but I was killing the drowned more than I was aiming at him. So, cool. This was not the shulker box that had the stuff in it. Now it is. Put that in the corner. Polished, 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 polished. Cool. And then I believe this is too tall here. Yes. Can't even reach him. So I don't care. Unless he makes a bunch of noises and annoys the crap out of me. I do love drowned. They sure are a fun mob to have to deal with. They're not super annoying in any way at all. Ah! You came closer. I see. You weren't even there. Da frick. We'll just put a couple of torches up, like so. You know what? For the sake of making this an odd number, so that we have a dedicated center. I'm going to ignore the exact size Just slightly. I am confused how I mined all of that and then didn't have enough blocks. But it is what it is. Thought I mined the number of blocks that it took to then place, you know? I guess I mined the inner wall, which is like 2 blocks short over here. It was 8 blocks short, so that would make sense, actually. And that's the majority of it. And somebody's probably gonna say, really? That's it? That looks really plain. But that's because I haven't built the stuff around it yet. But yes, that's the mine. That's basically what it looks like. It's a big, you know, little stone. Well, it's not a little, but it's a big stone thing like this. In game, there's a couple of banners hanging here that show what faction it belongs to. And there's 3 chimneys at the top. Which would insinuate that there is something inside of the structure here producing steam. So what I will well, not steam, but smoke. But what I will probably do is I will create little spots for like furnaces. I don't think any of these blocks would work for that. Because I want it to kind of stand out from the rest. And then, yeah, I think if I just put like a furnace here and then a furnace here and then I kind of surround it in a couple of blocks, or even like I could create like a 6-block furnace, and then have the smoke, you know, build something here that looks like a chimney going up. And then I could just put, you know, campfires to create the smoke effect. And then I need minecarts running to about here. Not minecarts, but rails. I need some rails going in. And then the rails then go down. So I would think, you know, you'd probably want each thing to be 3 by 3. You want the mine itself to be 3 blocks deep. Maybe I might have to extend this a bit more instead of using the actual like design that they have. Partially because I'm thinking I might have put this in a bad spot. To go down 3 blocks. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I'm gonna need this. And then let's put a torch here, and a torch there. And then, I mean, how deep do I want it to go is the question. Well, I at least want it to go this deep. So we can do that. And then we can branch off in each direction. And we'll branch out 3 in each direction. Or do I want 3? I think I might want to go full 5. Do I have 5 blocks? Okay. I knew I built kind of up against the edge of the ocean and all. So I wasn't 100% sure how close to the ocean I was in that regard. For now, we'll put a torch here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go get some oak logs. Here, let's take a couple of these as well with us. And what I'm going to want to do is actually go to my clay / bricks. And I'm going to want to make some brick stairs. This is going to look cool once it's done. I think. Assuming I'm doing this right, I think this will look cool when it's done. Let's turn it all into stair because I'm going to need at least that much. Might even need more brick, honestly. Like, I might honestly need a lot more brick. And we've got plenty of, like, logs here. So let me take a little bit of log. And we're going to run over here. And we're going to turn these into double chests. And the main reason for that is because now we have polished blocks. And so I'm going to want a place to store those. We've got polished. Where did I pick it up? Where did I put it? Over here. It's in it was just completely in the wrong spot. So polished granite can go in here. I mean, what are you gonna build out of polished granite? Like, there's nothing else but polished granite, you know? There's no stairs or bricks or anything, so I'll just fill that in. And then our polished andesite can go up here. And a normal andesite can go in there. And I'll need to... I was gonna say, I have technically a place for some stone. I just haven't, like, actually set it up. Let's go ahead and throw our pale oak in here. We'll grab an absolute butt ton of oak log. We will grab exactly 1 metric butt ton. You didn't know that that was a metric. You didn't realize that butt ton was measured in metric? It is, by the way. That's one of those many things that I have just always said. Is metric butt ton. Like, I don't know why I say it. I'm not entirely sure that it makes any sense. But it's how I say it. To me, it's funny. So unless you're the English teacher from... I don't even know what the show was. There was a show when I was a kid. And I don't know what show it was. But there was this episode where the main, like, female character was trying to get a car. And the way she was going to do that was she entered this contest where she had to stay in the car for, like, a certain length of time. And, like, her and, like, some other people had to, like, stay in the car. And whoever stayed in the car, like, the longest won, basically. Basically, it, you know, last man standing kind of thing. And one of the competitors was an English teacher. And he's like, competing and everything. And of course, you know, this is a group of like teenagers he's like competing against, and they're using their own language, you know, they're using teen language, you know, for that time. And he makes a comment about like one of them makes a comment about, like, you know, It, it's something about, you know, a thing being funny. And he responds like, "There's nothing funny about you butchering the English language." And though I remember nothing else of that show, I do remember. Well, I suppose I do remember one other thing, which is that she won the car at the end. You know, she was the last man standing. She got out of the car and was like, "Yeah, I won," and everything. And then they're like, you know, basically awarding her the prize and everything. And they open up the trunk to show her, like, "Yeah, look at the trunk space." And the teacher, the English teacher, is like hiding in the trunk. And they're like, "Oh." And then they decide that, well, I mean, he technically stayed in the car the longest, and so he won. I was like, okay. I mean, he left. Like, he legitimately got out of the car. I don't think that counts. But whatever. But yeah, though I remember absolutely nothing else of the show. I don't even remember what the show was. I remember those two things from the show. So there's, you know, fun little trivia for you, I guess. Fun little, like, random, like, info bit, I guess. There was a show, and that was the premise, and that was it, I guess. I was trying to figure out how I had done the previous spot. So we'll make this 3/4 of 5. Oh, we put that there. And I'll take all of that copper, no sweat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. So then we want to dig out this and find more copper, apparently. And we want our oak logs. And these offer stability so that the mine doesn't collapse on our head. Even though, I mean, this is Minecraft. Obviously that's not gonna happen. But in real life, it is something that you would need to think about. Not to be too much of a downer, but I actually did know somebody that sadly passed away because they I don't know if they didn't do the thing or if the company, like, didn't do things that they were supposed to do. I don't know the exact specifics. I just know that unfortunately he passed away in a mine collapse. So, I didn't know the person, per se. He was my brother's friend. And you can probably guess that, yeah, it did really upset him. Obviously, I was a little young at the time. And only interacted with the guy a couple of times. So, you know, I wasn't really close friends with them. My brother, I think the saddest part, like the truly sad part, is that my brother and him were very close in age. I don't know exactly, but I do remember one of the big things that you know, people were upset about at the funeral was that he was only 18 or only 19. So, you know, that's unfortunate. I don't think that's going to be enough. That, like, I'm going to want to put stairs. I think that if I put stairs, I'm going to bonk my head on the way down. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down. 2, 3, 4, 5. So, I mean, if I wanted it to be the same, I would need to go down another set of 1. Because the idea being that it's supposed to be 3 here, and then it's supposed to be 3 down here. I mean, I can do that. It just kind of sucks because I just dug up all of this. And I have to, like, fix it. I mean, unless I want mobs to spawn over here. Which, not particularly, you know. But hey, the important thing is we've been using the Silk Touch. Which means that I can just place the blocks back down. It doesn't end up being cobblestone that I'm putting down. You know, so it doesn't like look funky. And I guess this is, you know, I was saying something about like World of Warcraft, but I guess this is a bit more just the vanilla like mine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I suppose I didn't have to like fill in everything. I could just filled up there. Because I'm realizing now that I'm now like going back through this again. Am I doing this right? How did I do this? There's supposed to be 3 that's like this. That'd be like this. One, 2, 3, 4. It needs to be 4. It is 4. It is 4 up here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because that then goes up there. Think that's right? I don't know what I'm doing. 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, let me make some stairs. Let me make some stairs that we can use to go down. You know, go up and down. I mean, I guess technically these would be done with like mine carts, you know, getting around. But it's fine. Stone stairs? Do I just want plain stone stairs? Because then they don't look like they blend in. Do I want them to blend in or do I want them to look like stairs? I think I want them just to look like stairs. Or maybe I should have used like wood stair. I'll think about it. I will think about it. Question is, if I put stairs here, can I go up? Yes. I guess they don't blend in either way. Am I head hittering? Sort of. Technically, but not completely. Just if I go like too fast. So let's... I'm thinking. I mean, I suppose this has to be... Like, this will be like this either way. Because, you know, dirt slash grass there. It's not exactly like there is dirt stairs, you know? See, I don't like that it goes into the structure like that. I think it would be better. That's what I was thinking, was that I wanted to push these stairs back. Problem is if I do that, then I have to do that on the other stairs. I'm trying to keep them, you know, the same. I'm trying to keep some level of consistency in the build, you know? So like that. Which would mean I would need to bring this out by 1 at each of these lines. So we're technically back to the almost head hitter. That's because we're pushing the stairs back. I just care way too much for symmetry is my problem. It's like, it's an ADHD thing. Yeah, that'll be fine. But yeah, it's an ADHD thing, unfortunately. So the idea being that the wood is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Like that. 1 block, yes. It should be 1 block above. Which, I mean, I wondered, should I make that go all the way up? Like, will this look better? Yes, by a long shot. And then this can go down the extra block here. And the same applies here. Cool. Yeah, that looks better. I like that way more. So it's kind of like it's a 4-block structure. And like this is the beginning of like the schematic. And that's 1, 2, 3. And then like this one is just a big like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you're back to the beginning of the schematic again, which is like this. And then here is where that is. And the idea being like this is like a structure, and it goes down into here, into this like 5-block space. And then right here, where it goes that way, is the start of like another schematic. And that schematic goes 3 blocks in. that. And that. And then you start another. So then this is the start of the next schematic. And that goes in by 3. And then you can either do torches or you can do lanterns. And I think I want to go down here. Which actually means... Oh, hello. Making sure that we go a full 1 down. Like that. Because that's where the stairs are. And the way that works is we've got 2 blocks here. So we want there to be a 2-block gap here. Whoops. Those there. Nah. Lame. And our stairs go here. And then yeah, this is better because it's a 5-blocker now. You go down 4, but then you have the extra spot for the stairs. Which it might be easier to wait and place down the stairs after. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then we need to go down another layer. Like so. Because this is now layer 6, which we'll mark with torches. Like so. There should be 1 block in between the torches, apparently. Here. Ah, I see. Yes, yes, that is correct. Because this is where our wood's gonna go. Got it. And it's like that, right? Or no. Wait. Wood should go in front of the stairs, not on the stairs. Did I dig down too deep? I think I dug 1 too deep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus wood. I think I did 6 plus wood. 2, 3, 4, 5 plus wood. No, I did 5 plus wood. So I just dug down 1 too deep. This is supposed to be stone. Whoops. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Like I said, I care too much about, like, symmetry. It's an ADHD thing. Like, it really is. Put that there in the middle, because then it, whoops, looks good because it's in the middle. Yes, it's already 3. Now you do that, and now you're down a layer. The only issue is I don't think I can put minecart rails on stairs. So we'll knock out the centers, specifically for the minecart rails. And then, speaking of minecart rails, let's head back here. And the first thing that we're going to do is drop off our stone, because I don't think we're going to need that anymore. Go ahead and fortune the iron ore, which got us nothing. Oak logs. Extra oak logs. Granite in here, dirt over here. Now we can put all of like our andesite and our iron and copper away. Because once again, we still are like struggling to find a use for this copper. Whoops, extra torches for some reason. That's weird. Here, let's go ahead and empty this out while we're up here. At least empty out some of it. Because obviously our oak logs are in there. Mob drops. Leather. Leads. Brick / clay. Dirt. And then I'm missing a shulker box. Oh, it's over there. I see it. Where is the stairs? Here we go. And I'm going to come down here and I'm going to grab all of the railings. Then we shouldn't really ever need to come down here anymore. Because everything is pretty much grabbed. Well, I mean, I guess I'll just empty this chest. Just in general. I don't think I need anything that's in that chest. I don't need any of this stuff. There is some of this stuff that I probably should take back up. But that again, I also just really don't have a spot for. Well, whatever. I am gonna want some redstone. I'm thinking we'll just take a couple of blocks with us for now. I've only got one powered rail anyway. So I'm gonna need to make more of those. Trial keys can go in there. Throw the bucket into here for now. I was gonna fill that with lava. And then shove that into the rest of the stuff. Where I have the lava, but I can do that another time. Copper. I say I'll do that another time, and then watch as that becomes something I do in an episode anyway. Because I just forget. But there, now I've got some blocks of redstone, I've got the railings. I feel like I have a chest somewhere that has railings. Maybe not. Maybe that was the chest that had railings in it. Okay. Don't need activator or detector rails. I just need regular rails. Sir! You are being annoying. The freaking, golem. You're just shoving me along. Gonna put this chest here for now. I need to make powered rails. And I believe powered rails are gold and redstone. I was right. I did not remember the redstone, but I did remember the gold. That should be... That's not divisible by 6, is it? What's... It is. It is divisible by 6. Okay. Never mind. And I can use 5 powered rails per, like, block. Also, it's not divisible by 6. It is. But it won't make 6, if you get what I mean. I need 6 to be divisible by 6. Because I'm doing this, and then I'm doing this. There you go. Now we've got 37 of those. Which is way more than I will ever need, but it's fine. And then we can just come over here. If I had a slab, if I had a stone slab, this is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. And then what I can do is we can put our redstone block here. And ta-da! So 1 block. And then we want right here. No. That's there and there. Yes. Right here. Redstone block. And then that's 5. One there, one there. Redstone block there. 5. Cool. And though I have no minecart with which to ride back up, we now not only have a minecart track that goes up, but then it comes to a stop right here. We'll put a, like I said, we'll put like a slab there to stop the cart at. Unless I want to, I think carts just come to a full stop, even with 1 rail. Right? And then, is that it? Do you just push a, do you just put the button there and then it's off? I think you put the button, I don't remember how to do this. Because I don't think I can put a button here. No, I can't. Does the button here power the rail here? It does. Okay. Good. So then we'll put one there, and we'll get another button at some point. That way you have 2 buttons, and then we'll just put like a line of slabs here to kind of further make sure that you're stopped. Plus, I think if you get into the cart and you push the button, it'll keep going that way. So I want something to block the cart in order to make it go the other way. So, and the best way to do that is with slabs. Now I need exactly 5 slabs. Which, now that I think about it, I get the math wrong there anyway. But it's fine. Let's grab a minecart. Make sure that all of this works properly. One, two, three, four, 5. And make the minecart. Here's how to do minecart things, it says. Despite the fact that we already had, like, rails, it didn't care because we hadn't gotten the minecart. And so therefore, it did not believe that I knew how to make a rail. And then we do that. And then we get in the minecart, push the button. Okay, so it doesn't auto go like I was expecting it to, which is a little unfortunate. Kind of have to push the cart forward to get it to go. But it does come to a stop all the same. So that's awesome. It must indeed that it must be that it needs a full block right there. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Today I learned. Where are we? We're only at y equals 45. So we obviously want to go deeper. Also, I forgot to put torches on these sides because I put the torch against the wall last time. So grab up some of this copper. And I mean, technically, I think a real mine shaft would be built entirely based off of, like, where the ore is. Which, you know, the ore was beneath me there. But it is what it is. One, two, three. Really don't need copper. I'm going to take it, despite, you know, what I literally just said. But I don't really need copper right now. Also, I accidentally silk touched those. I am accidentally silk touching these. Oh well. It is what it is. Hey, it probably is better to silk touch it now. Because then it doesn't fortune, which means it doesn't explode my inventory. You know? So it's probably for the best. Let's see. Go ahead and put raw copper here. Regular copper ore there. Actually, these can be my building blocks. Whereas my storage for other stuff can just be in here. Whoops. Hang on. Wrong chest. Got it. Okay. We'll go forward one more into diorite hell over here. Holy frick. Just there's so much diorite here. Like, it's ridiculous. Do that. And we want to make sure that we're putting logs in the right spots and in the right directions. Yeah. And then we'll do right here. We'll start heading downward. One and two. One, two, three, four, five. So this is where the logs go. And that should help me with positioning the rest of this. The grumps completed a game about digging a hole today. Or at least today was the, episode where they did that. Who knows how long ago it was that episode was actually, recorded. Unlike me, who tends to record, who tends to do most of my stuff as streams, and therefore doesn't really often have a lot of, video backlog. The Grumps make their entire living off of, videos that were edited. And pre-recorded and stuff. It'd be cool if that was me. If I could just play a couple of games. And have a team that would then go in and edit everything the way they do. Forgot that I put my building blocks in here, so. Whoops. Whoops. Cool. I want to do that. Now we want to get out our stairs. What? Now we want to do that. And that. Now we want to come to this block. And we want it to be a redstone block, which we don't have any of. Maybe I do want the redstone to go all the way down. Well, no, because it wouldn't really help. Because if I place it on the redstone rail, it won't be good. So, I'm gonna grab a couple more redstone blocks this time. Because I may not have considered the idea of needing it for future construction. I was just like, yeah, I only need 3. Didn't think about, but what else? But what else is going to go there? I'm happy with this, actually. I think it looks pretty great. If I can be honest. Boop. Lols. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this so far. This has worked out well, in my opinion. I think this has worked out pretty well, actually. I'm going to put it there because I'm going to go that way and this way. Ta-da! Then I can also set like a switch here. And I can do that at all of the other junctions as well. That was kind of my idea. Is that I can set like a switch to kind of take me to whichever side. I guess the only real issue with that, though, is like, how do you tell it like which way you want to go first, you know? I'll figure it out. I'll figure something out. Unfortunately, I don't think you can do a three-way, so I wouldn't want to like dig that way. I'd want one of these to then be the way down again. And I think I like this system of doing 2 rooms. Before going down again. One, it gives me room to... What the frick was that? There's like a block freaking out there. One, it gives me room to mess around with some things. You know? Like, gives me room to add space, to find some ores, possibly, you know. You know, before having to worry about, like, going down or anything. But then, I can just, you know, go down when I want. I guess the main question right now, right, is what are we mining for? And see, my answer to that would be I'm mining for tough. But if so, I need to get much, much further down than this. So let's go ahead and go down another layer. And of course I did that wrong, I realized. Because I forgot what I was doing because of the coal. There. So then, once again, this is where we put our logs. And then this is where we put our stairs. And don't forget the additional 2 logs. I thought I was out of logs for a second. I was like, what the heck? And then we can put our redstone block right here. And we get our rails. Ta-da! And just like that, we keep up our mine form. Put a torch over there, put a torch over there. Put our logs here. And our logs here. Ta-da! And once again we have, and with that we now have even more room. Ba-bum. I don't need the andesite at the moment. Cool. Did I have? Nope, it won't tell me. It won't tell me. Okay. Let's go this way a little. See what we can find. This is one having a mini-map would come in handy. Especially something like Journey Map or Zeros. That show like the underground layers. So you can kind of know, you know, what you're mining towards. But at the same time, is this not there for exploration? You know? Whoops. And once again, I'm silk touching. But it is what it is. dig a little further this way. It would be nice to find an amethyst geode somewhere in all of this. But I think the only way we're going to build an, part this mine towards an amethyst geode is if I actually go into spectator and look for one and then kind of plan ahead. So time to go down another layer. In case you had wondered why I hadn't put a torch here, it was because my plan was that this was the one that was going to be where I go down. I think that's right. One, two, three, 4, 5. And thus is the layer at which we put our logs. Cool. This is where our redstone block goes, which I don't have another one. Thought I just put it in there. I do have another one. I have 4, in fact. I was pretty sure I had more. But for some odd reason, I just could not see them there. And I don't know why I didn't see them there. Stairs? Stairs. Oh, I have 4 stairs. So I'll just do 4 stairs for now. Actually, put them there and there. Wait, no, I can't do that because, well, yes I can. I can just jump up these. It's fine. Well, I'm probably just going to ride the minecart on the way back up. So, truthfully, the whole stair thing has very quickly become kind of pointless after, deciding on the minecart, which I did not expect. I did, but I didn't. I was like, well, I mean, I'm not going to use the minecart regularly. And then I have already come to realize that, yeah, why would I not? Like, of course I'm going to use the minecart regularly. Why wouldn't I use the minecart regularly? It's faster. That's interesting, because there was a core copper ore right there. I figured it would just be exposed further here, but it wasn't. Whoops. Cool. More copper ore that I don't need. If only there was a way to apply the glowing effect to blocks. Then I could do like slash effect and then apply it to the like coal or to diamonds or redstone or iron, lapis, gold, tough even. Coal for, you know, all of the coal that I need, because I totally don't have enough coal. Nope, not at all. If this was modded, definitely not. But it's not modded. You might have been able to guess that I was going to turn there based off my torch placement. Iron ore. I do like that they have essentially made like using fortune on ore worthwhile. Like that was really nice. That was always a thing that people were like complaining about, that it just wasn't really worth using fortune. Like, because you could fortune like diamonds and things, but like one block of iron was one freaking block, and that was that. Or with like one block of iron just was one freaking you know, ingot. So it was like, it'd be really nice if they made it so that we could, you know, have more. And then they did. And it was really nice. And certainly nobody complained about it. I'm sure there were plenty of people that were like, but my Minecraft. You've destroyed the sanctity of my Minecraft. But then, you know, there's people that still play in 1.8 because it's pre-combat update. And I'm like, Minecraft is the only video game where when something is released, you can just ignore it completely because you can just play whatever version you want. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here playing the current version because it's the best version. Regardless of how one feels about the combat update, like, there's a lot of stuff that they've added to Minecraft. That if you just don't play the new version, like, you're never gonna get to enjoy the new things. And I know that this is going to be a wild concept for some people. Probably not any of you watching. But the fact of the matter is, you just don't know if you like something until you try it. But I did try it. I played it for a whole 5 minutes. Yes, because that's definitely long enough to know whether or not you like something and whether or not your dislike for something is just the fact that it's different. Now, suppose you're not wrong, it is time. Sorry, I'm hearing these mobs. Ah! Just keep going straight, I guess. I literally, like, would have just broken into it with this next freaking set of blocks. Like, the cave is going to be next set of blocks. Yep, there it is. So, now comes the question. Our mine has connected into a cave. What do we do about this? Ha! Well, that's the full extent of the cave. So that's good. That's literally it. That's the entire cave. I'm just not gonna grab that, that's all. Kitty cat. Well, this is about as much railing and stuff as I have anyway. So I think that's a good spot to end the mine at. Off we go. I probably don't even need half of that to get back, like I probably don't even need half those rails. The powered ones, I mean. So, give me just a moment. Alrighty. Actually bring the mic closer because I had to push it away to get up there. I was also going to actually go ahead and like dump my inventory before I came back. I just forgot. And there's like a lot of stuff here in my inventory that I now have to dump. And having already come back, I'm not too concerned about like repausing or anything. We'll just deal with it. I had some cobblestone apparently. Alright, stone, gravel? How'd I end up with gravel? Diorite, granite. There we go. And then I've got tons of ore that I'm gonna have to break down here. But it's fine. Right, this is all stone. Stone is the one I don't exactly have a spot for. Just kind of been throwing it in here for the most part. I really should fix that. You know, the whole not having a spot for it thing. Granite. And some cobblestone over there. Alright. Now we can just put the railing back. And I'll do more. Maybe. like off camera. You know, get us closer to like having all of yeah. I will maybe, if I remember, work on like, you know, expanding the mines further down into the recesses of hell. I mean, suppose it's not the recesses of hell, right? Because that's the Nether. I don't know if everybody remembers or even knew about that. That the Nether was originally known as the Hell Biome in the code. None of it is now. But if I remember right, the Nether was coded as like Minecraft Hell. Minecraft's colon hell. It might have been Hell Biome, but I don't fully recall. I don't really recall if it was Hell or Hell Biome. I don't think any of the ore gives experience when you mine it. Yeah, you get the experience from smelting it. So, but that's alright. Lapis does. So there's that. Oh boy, 56 blocks of copper. See, this is the problem with the fact that I went and did the silk touching of all of the ores. You then have to place them down later and then mine them. And that is a tedious process. Especially when you don't just have like vein mine. Or like a builder's wand to make placing the blocks down a little easier. Cool. We absolutely do not have enough space for this copper. Well, maybe we do. I must have done a bit of smelting recently on that. That's fine. I just forgot, I guess. So I did not recall. I had zero recollection of having enough room for those, so... So now we'll go ahead and run down here, because one of these chests was where we put the rails. I don't remember which. I really don't remember which. There they are. Also, I think you can use, like, detector rail to, like, trigger the redstone rails, if I recall correctly. Cobblestone and stone, huh? I see. Cobblestone. At some point, I'll figure out what to do with that. I just don't feel like I care enough right now. That's all. Let's trade our pork chop for beef, since we have more cows. Then we have pigs. And of course we can always just come on over here to our furnaces, or our campfires. Though I'm 3 campfires shorter than we were before because I used those. But it's okay. I don't know what I was thinking just now. I have no idea what I went back for. Like, I literally don't. I was thinking there was something I needed to, run back for, so I did. Clearly I didn't have anything to run back for, because there was nothing back there. There was no, nothing that I needed to add to my inventory or remove. So I do have to go do some kind of trading with my villagers. And admittedly, I haven't been, gathering the sugarcane. So I should probably go do that. I should probably go gather up my sugarcane and start trading with my librarians for paper. This is really when you wish that you had some kind of item magnet. It's also when you wish you had enough lanterns to go in and just fill the water. Hey look, a boat! Do. Very strange. Also, yes, bamboo sheep is still over here. I think I broke, if I remember right, I broke the bamboo enough that bamboo sheep escaped. But I was able to get bamboo sheep back into the bamboo. So. Oh, you. I mean, blue ice, I guess. Got him. I could probably turn him off at this point. Because this is Java. Which is a really weird thing that Bedrock is missing, by the way. Like, I kind of just assumed that, you know, all of the game rules were, like, there between both Bedrock and Java. But apparently, Do Wandering Village, or Do Wandering Villager, or whatever it is, whatever it's called, is not on Bedrock. And that's super annoying. Because there was a point where I was like, I'm just gonna turn this guy off. In the Bedrock, back when I could only run Bedrock. And I was shooketh to discover that I could not turn him off. Truly shooketh, thus saith I. Yeah, I don't care how, like, immersive it makes, like, stories and novels. That was kind of close. I almost freaking smacked the iron golem while I was breaking the stuff there because I didn't even know he was here. Like, how did you two end up out here? I mean, I guess the villagers, the villager enclosure inside does get kind of close to the edge of the wall. Maybe when they spawned, they just spawned there. This is just sand, right? Yes, it's just in a weird form. Okay. Wasn't sure if there was like a cave there. There was underneath, like, everything. But not like the like point there doesn't like reveal a cave or something. You know? But seriously though, item magnet. I mean, I suppose that is the purpose of the alley. Is that they are supposed to work like item magnets to a degree. Lots and lots of sugarcane. Coolies. I really should build an automatic sugarcane farm. You know, we had that one in the Bedrock playthrough. And I really should go in. I really should go and get the structure from that and like rebuild it into this world. Especially because I don't know like how many people watching this have seen the Bedrock playthrough. You know? Paper. Papers, please. Papers. One of the background characters has that line in Anastasia, in the Anastasia movie. Because, I mean, he's going around and collecting, like, you know, transfer papers on the train. So he's just like, papers, papers, please, papers. And, like, I don't know. I just love that guy. Like, I think about his lines. I think about the fact that he walks around on the train and like he has that line. You know? I don't know. I just like that guy. It's just something in the way that the person did the line, you know? Papers. Papers, please. Papers. I don't know, there's just something about it. It amuses me, if you will. Well, that got me some repair. I don't know, again, I don't know if any of them can reach their... Like, I don't know if they can restock at all, since they basically can't reach their freaking things. This guy has not restocked. So... the answer is no, they cannot. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to store these boats. Because admittedly it is still a little early, I suppose, to be prepping for the big transport update. Could not get that boat. As nice as it is that they're all, you know, in place and not constantly on the move, I think that I would like them to be able to restock, considering that I still use them quite regularly to trade with. So peppers, please, peppers. Fortune 2, so helpful. Oh yeah, this guy also does paper trades, doesn't he? Alright. Well, we've done quite a few paper trades. We've gotten some experience back from it. Still got a couple of villagers that have no jobs. And so at some point I will need to consider correcting that oversight. But I don't really have need for the village, you know, to give them like jobs at the moment. So, emeralds. Like, I don't really have anything that I need them to be doing. Oak plank. These are spruce plank? Yes, because this is the spruce chest. This is the oak chest. Good. I knew that the whole time. I definitely didn't think I had done that completely incorrectly. Nope. Not at all. Right then. I would like to get some like sugarcane production going semi-regularly, if I am to be honest. Unfortunately, I'm kind of also in need of freaking... I feel like I'm breaking the crops really fast. Like, I don't think that's different, but it feels different. I don't know, maybe I got used to like other blocks that I'm breaking taking longer, and so it feels like that should take just as long. All I know is like I'm doing this and it feels really fast. I mean, I know that it's instant mine for these, but I don't know, it feels wrong somehow. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just the very fact that I like do so little farming. That I've just gotten used to like the other blocks that take time to break. And so then when these are so instant and I'm just like I'm like, huh? Why they break so fast? And it's like, for nothing. Like, that's just the way, that's just the speed they break at. There is no reason. It's not that they're breaking fast, it's that they always break that fast at that speed. I just don't realize it, kind of thing. Piggy, 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 piggy. There we go. Chickens, 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 chickens. I mean, if I'm not collecting their eggs, I'm not going to get more, you know? So, what I need to do is set up a minecart underneath so that it collects all of their stuff. Hopper minecart. So that it collects all of their eggs. Also, I didn't think about the experience. I should have been holding my tools in my offhand. Oh well. What can you do? You don't like seeds, right? No. It is flowers and flowers only. Okie dokie. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I was just hoping. That was why I gathered both the wheat and the carrots, by the way. Because I need to get enough freaking pigs that I can turn around and do some harvesting, I guess you could say. Soul Speed 3. Not great when you're trying to farm nether wheat. Nether wort. Wheat. Nether wheat. I didn't know that the nether had wheat. But apparently the nether has wheat. According to me. At some point that will get too full. What is it to make another work block? Is it 4 or is it 9? It's 9. Okay. No particular reason. Not thinking about adding a data pack that lets me convert down some of the things that you can't normally convert down. Not at all. Nope. Yeah. I don't know where I put the nether wart. Thinking it's in one of these chests. That one. So I still have some that I could trade, but it's fine for now. Let me think. I should finish that structure. So, let me think. I'm gonna need a barrel. And I guess that's it. Let's see, there's 3 furnaces. Let's do blast furnaces. I wonder what those require. I know it's iron and I think smooth stone. Blast furnace. Yes, smooth stone. Iron and smooth stone. Actually, cobblestone will do fine for what I need. Since I'm making decoration. I'll also grab a stone cutter. For the interior as well. Whoops, I only grabbed 1 iron because I was thinking of the stone cutter. $15. There we go. That's enough for the blast furnaces. Boop and boop. And then 3 stone plus iron for the stone cutter. And then the cobblestone. And that should be good. Honestly. The biggest issue really is just going to be the fact that I have the hole here. So how does 3 furnaces, 3 smokestacks in the orientation that they're in up there make sense? But it is what it is. I'll do it this way. And we'll put the stone cutter over here. And some cobblestone stairs. Like so. I almost shift-clicked that. That was not the step. Though I could bring this one more block over, I suppose. Let's do that. I saw that cobblestone go flying. That was hilarious. Oh wait, I need those. And then there, 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 here, 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 there, not there. That's a stair. Now we just gotta come around and place it down. And then we'll do some cobblestone wall to act like pipe that goes up. And that looks good, I think. Got the little pipe going upwards. I know that's how it's supposed to look, but you know what? I've got enough room on this side. I'm gonna move this anyway. And there we go. Little chimney stacks. Hate it. You know why I hate it? Because it doesn't look good. Because they just look like 3 big blocks. So we're going to do this. First off, we're going to bury the campfire down. And second off, we're going to do this with the stairs. So that you can very clearly see it's not just some weird big block on the top. It's meant to be 3 separate chimneys. Yeah, that looks a lot better. I was thinking that earlier with the blocks too. I was like, I don't know that I really like the look of that. And I fixed it. Just don't think too much about where these go in connecting to where the campfires are. Like, this one is directly underneath, but this one would need to be over here, and then this one would have to be in that corner. So don't think too much about it. But yeah, that is the building. There's also a barrel sitting over on this side. And also there's some like logs over here. But I don't have like mini logs, so And there's really nothing I can do about that. But yeah, there's my mine. I like that. That looks good. Now you can go down here. And you can mine. You can hop in the mine cart and go. And you can come down here and mine all you want. At least when, you know, I actually finish going down. Sadly, there doesn't look like there's any ore here. Ooh, I spoke too soon. I just didn't see it last time. I mean, I don't know, is this technically ore? It's coal. It is. I mean, it's part of, like, the ore generation. Like, the game considers it ore. But, like, is coal generally considered ore? Or is it just considered coal? It's the stuff you use to smelt ore, you know? And once again, I'm collecting a lot of copper that I don't need. Because I just can't resist mining all of the ore even when I know I don't need that particular material. I see ore, I mine. Oop, let me grab that. Doesn't seem to be anything else down here. So there is that. And now we can make our way back up again. Whee! I need to bring some stairs down. Need to bring me down some stone stairs. Now we get over here and park and we're done. Very cool. I like it. I mean, it is a little basic. But I mean, it is what it is, you know? We got some ore smelting that we can do in here. You know, if we wanted to. Like I could throw coal and copper into there, and then coal and iron into there, and then coal and nothing into this because I don't have any gold. And I know that this smelts faster. Like it's still, like the heat lasts the same amount of time, but the amount of time that it takes to like smelt individual items is faster. And so you can put more in these as well. I don't remember how much more though. $9? I think I just watched it go back up. But still, it's nice. I mean, yeah, it's not enough. You know, if we wanted actual freaking ore smelting. Like, if I wanted a lot more ore smelting, it's not enough. Oh, it is still 8. Because that's 16, so... Huh. I guess it uses fuel faster, too. It smelts faster, but it also uses the fuel faster. Interesting. That I was not aware of. Cool. Anyway, I'll leave that just sitting there to do what it's doing. Apologies if you can hear the freaking really loud vacuum. Pretty sure it's stuck. It almost always is. Just cause freaking, I don't know, it's just dumb. It doesn't work right. Whoops. That's right. I gotta do it that way. Stone goes over here. Here. And the granite goes up here. Give me a second. I'm gonna fix this thing. Hi. Tell you, if there's gonna be a robot uprising, it's not gonna be anytime soon. Not with how freaking machines are right now. Like, dang. That said, we have done a lot so far. I'm just trying to think. But honestly, like, I think we're kind of good. Like, we've been going for 4 hours. We don't really need to go for much longer, I guess. Flowers. Flowers are in the flowers chest. There they are. I'm just thinking of my bees that I haven't, like, managed in a little while. And how I probably want to get more of them. I mean, yeah, I haven't done anything with them in a while. Sorry there, Mr. B. We know that the bees are male because the female bees always stay inside of the hive. It's still is strange to me that you breed bees and you get bees. Like, you know, bees don't breed in this way. Like, you do two, you breed bees and you get larvae. You don't get baby bees. But this is Minecraft. So what can you do? Oh, I leveled up. That's a good couple of extra bees. That might have been all of the bees now. Like, I might have gotten all of the bees to breed now. Anyway. Brrr. If you didn't know you could do that, by the way. I think it only works with the double flowers. Like the 2 block tall flowers. I think in the Bedrock version it works with any flower, but I think it only works here with the 2 block tall. So where did I put the dyes? Oh, there's still another layer of chests. Yes, that's what it was. Cool. I really should mark all of the chests at some point. I just haven't. I also just have a lot of amethyst. And I'm doing nothing with it right now. Mostly, I don't know what to do with the amethyst. You know? Like, it's a mystical block. So I feel like when I make a mystical, you know, building that's going to be the enchanting table, I feel like, you know, ooh, this is where I should put the amethyst. But I don't know where I'm going to do that yet. I have 0 clues as to where I'm even going to set any of that up. I don't think the axe breaks. No, it doesn't. It does not break it any faster. Do cactuses have a tool? Like, I don't even know. Can you? I mean, I guess it can go there. Because it didn't... Like, if you try to place it somewhere where it can't, it just won't let you. Maybe it's okay to put it up against sugarcane? Seems a little odd. Like, it's not gonna cause it to, like, auto-break the moment it, like, grows, is it? Doesn't seem like it. Whatever. Well, can't really think of anything else for us to do immediately. You know, there's probably things that I could do if I sat down and, like, kind of thought about it a bit. Ooh, my pigs are probably all grown up by now, aren't they? Now, how many eggs we have now? The more chickens, the more eggs. So there's that. Excuse me. But yeah, I like our Warlord's battle cry. Freaking ore mine. That's actually what that is, by the way. It's literally called the ore mine. In Warlord's battle cry, you have 4 resources. It's steel, I want to say. I might be wrong about that. That might just be ore. But it's gold, it's ore, I think it's metal, and then it's crystal. And so those are the 4, like, materials you mine. You don't have to mine wood. This was before Age of Empires, like, made that a thing. In Warlord's battle cry, you couldn't, like, chop down trees or anything anyway. Sorry, pigs. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. They're getting a little crowded anyway. Unfortunately, that didn't do a lot of mending on my shovel. The pigs here did not quite offer as much as I had hoped in terms of mending. But it is what it is. I did it not only for the pigs, or I did it not only for the mending, but for the pork chops. So, you know, it's fine. Here. We'll give the remaining pigs a small reward for being alive. Give them a reward for remaining alive. And then we'll go see how much of this meat we can trade. Also, I really need to start using the normal entrance now that it's, you know, complete. Even if it's a little weird to get to it. Because that's how you're supposed to get in. So. Oh, I still have seats. Okay, but seriously, how did you end up injured? Stop being injured already. He'll respawn. He'll be fine. He'll respawn. You. Trade. Good. Trade more. You still don't have raw beef, by the way. Which is what I actually wanted you for. Freaking raw beef trades. You might want to correct that issue, sir. Why do you sleep like this? How do you sleep like this? For that matter. There we go. That helps. I still have some raw pork chop trade that I can do, but I'll worry about that another time. What about leather? Where did... Are you the leather worker? You are the leather worker. Wow. That was it. Give me some lanterns. Name tags. I mean, a lot of these guys already have them, but I think name tags just are the final trade for librarians. Instant damage, arrows of harming. If only that was worthwhile. It's not, by the way. Because it heals the undead. Yeah, I've already bought all of the, like, actually good stuff from some of these people. You have no trades yet. Did you ever notice that villagers don't actually sleep? They just lie in bed for several hours? Like, if you watch, they're looking around, you know? They're lying here, they've got their eyes open, they're looking around, wondering about the other people. They don't actually sleep. Ye old testificates. That used to actually be their name, by the way. I don't know that it was ever, like, official. But when you wanted to, like, spawn them or something, like, I think their spawn egg said testificate, and their, like, mob name was testificate. Like, /summon Minecraft testificate. And then one day, Mojang decided villager was good enough. Which is the case, you know. Like, villager is fine. I don't know. Testificate wasn't a bad thing. But that's what they used to be called. Was testificates. Back in the day. And we called them that. Like, before they were officially changed into villager, like, everybody just called them testificates. You know? Ye old Minecraft YouTuber at the time would even call them that. So, I think that these blocks down here are not source blocks. Like the water there. I think it's flowing water. But it's fine. I'm just grabbing the clay that's, you know, here. Speaking of clay, that is a mod that I really like, is the Clay Oceans mod. It makes it so that the ocean biome isn't all just gravel. It makes it so that clay, I think clay and sand all generate. Just like this. And I think maybe even dirt. Maybe. That's a mod I like because the oceans in this game are boring. Unless you find a tropical or coral or whatever you want to call it. Warm ocean. They're just... It's just clay. Or it's just gravel underwater. It's all gravel at the very bottom. So... Speaking of oceans... Oceans, 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 oceans. Oceans as far as the eye can see. The line from Wind Waker. Do you mind? I need that boat, thank you. Yeet! Aww. I was hoping it would go under the bridge. I'm thinking there is an ocean out this way, though. And while I wouldn't want to go face the monument without water breathing, I need pufferfish if I'm going to get water breathing. Is this a ruin of some kind? It is. Ooh. Cool. I'm not immediately sure where the sand is, though. I need to make a brush. I don't think I've even done that yet. Not to mention, like, is there even, like, really a point? Because, like, I think, isn't it only the warm oceans that have the sniffer eggs? Or the cold? The ruins, ruins in the cold oceans. There it is. Whoopsies. Also, I don't even know where to find pufferfish. Come to think of it. I don't even know what they look like in this game. There's some guardians, though. I might not survive. Wait, I did. And somehow I didn't get mining fatigue either. That surprises me. Like, the guy didn't give me any mining fatigue. I might not survive this. There it is. Remember, there's still 2 more of those guys in here. So I literally only decided to like charge in there like that when I got here, and it didn't immediately give me mining fatigue. I was like, well, let's see if I can mine. Because there is a dude bro right there, you know. Sure enough, I was able to get underneath. Which is great. I mean, it does only give me 1 sponge. But it's fine. These guys, though, are super annoying. Also, I was thinking that their lasers bypass armor, but they're like barely doing any damage. So maybe they don't. Oh, is that another one over there? Kind of have to like really look, especially since I've gone away from it. But yeah, I mean, it gave me a sponge. And you could even say, like, this is what I was trying to build. Because, like, these structures look akin to ziggurats. I don't know that they are ziggurats, but they kind of look akin to. Nope, that was not an ocean monument. Even further down. Okay. Alrighty then. Well, I'm gonna need to find some pufferfish before I attempt to actually tackle that place. Because I don't think the door trick works anymore. I don't think, anyway. Squids. Fish. I have no idea if I'm going in the right direction or not. I am. I see it. I'll see the island. Mining fatigue also slows down your attack speed, if I recall correctly. So that kind of also sucks that, you know, I got hit by that. And so my attack speed is also now slower by a lot. Maybe not that much. But I'm definitely slowed from freaking mining. That's for sure. There is a way to easily rectify that, though. Good Lord. Mining fatigue 5. Or mining fatigue 3 versus efficiency 5 on a freaking shovel, dude. Redonkulous. Is redonkulous. Yeah, but yeah, that gave me a lot of stuff. Well, it didn't give me a lot of stuff. But I got clay out of it, which was one of the things I was hoping to get. I know one of these has some prismarine in it. Must be on this side. Yeah! Prismarine crystals. Fish. And sponge. Alas, my sponge is wet. So I can't use it for nothing. I wish this worked, but it doesn't. Like, you can't even, like, use the campfire at all. I'm gonna keep using that as long as that hole is there. So, I want to see if this is a bedrock only thing, or if it's a, you know, all of Minecraft thing. Yeah, buddy. It's a sponge. So did you know you could place your sponge in the nether and it instantly dries out? You can. You can indeed. Not that I really need the sponge for anything right now. I do have a recollection of needing it, but I don't remember for what, so. But we have a sponge. I'm gonna put it there, just in case I ever remember what the frick I needed the sponge for. I think either way, I need more than one. I don't think the one sponge is going to be enough. But it can still be there in case I ever should remember. But with that, I think this is a good spot for us to end off at. So, I do hope you all have enjoyed. If you have, feel free to subscribe. You can check the playlist. Oh, excuse me. You can check the playlist for more episodes of Minecraft Survival. You villagers are so weird. Nope. Did you know that in Bedrock you don't have to wait for more trades to be available? They just become automatically available as soon as he hits max level. I don't know why, like, it's set up this way, but it is. Just need a helmet, and I can get a full set. Raw pork chop, or cooked pork chop and cooked chicken. How about that? Raw beef trade. Also, holy crap. Cooked pork chop, dude. The holy cooked pork chop, dude, man. I guess raw beef really was a higher level freaking trade. That's why I couldn't get it on the first line. I don't know why that's the case, but clearly it is, so. Now I can finally turn in this raw beef, or at least some of it anyway. Can you imagine just having this person that comes in and is just like, hey, I want to buy stuff. Like, you're sleeping and they just come over and are like, hey, 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 sell me stuff. Hey, I need emeralds. Hey. Like, can you imagine how annoying that would be? Oh, dried kelp blocks and sweet berries? Ooh. You're telling me that there's a use for kelp with this butcher. You're telling me there's a use for the kelp with this butcher. Ooh. I didn't know that. Time for us to go build the biggest kelp farm ever. I mean, I could just take all of the kelp that I want, so. Since we're like right there next to the ocean. So there's like 1 million kelp already. But anyway. Like I said, there's a lot of kelp already. I basically just already have the biggest kelp farm, and it's naturally spawned. Actually, I shouldn't be breaking the bottommost block, should I? Should be leaving that so that freaking I don't so that they can keep growing. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna do some stuff. Probably not, because it's 5 in the morning. I don't know, that's where my brain went. I'm going to hop off here from Minecraft since we have done plenty of stuff. I really need to get respiration as an enchant. Probably the next thing I'm going to work towards. When I do more, like, enchanting, I mean. Probably gonna work towards trying to get some respiration. So, anyway, I guess with that, oh yeah, I don't believe I said to come on out to twitch.tv/SereneInc, where you can find more streams. You can watch live. I'm like doing freaking thank you for Dolphin's Grace. Freaking now I am too fast. Thank you, but now I am too fast. So maybe don't do that. Also, I bet if I had mob briefing on, these turtles would probably be laying eggs constantly. But because I have mob griefing off, they're not able to lay any eggs. Because that probably counts as griefing. A lot of weird things that count as griefing in the mob griefing rules. Or maybe it's because I have... Do you have to feed them... Is it kelp or is it seagrass? I think it might be seagrass. Yeah, I can't feed them the kelp. So, maybe I have to give them kelp. Or maybe I have to give them seagrass. Whatever! Words are not my strong suit. I guess with that, I'll see you all next time. Yeah? Hopefully. See you later. Give me those. Give me the pink flowers. I need the pink flowers. I love that the cactus have pink flowers on them. It's great. I need the pink flowers. Pink flowers are great.